Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there. How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, We offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, and welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Enolia Fodi, founder of Enolia LLC, Director of Operations for Vision Afrique Development, and CEO of Expressions of Humanity Foundation. I am your moderator, your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, which is where I'm coming to you from, Japan, and cities across the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our keynote speaker today and this morning is Black Business Integration of the Metaverse. Our first speaker is William Jackson. William Jackson is a distinguished virtual reality certified educator, STEAM, which is science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics, and music, educator, and a passionate advocate for STEAM education. With a career spanning over 20 years, he has left an indelible mark on the field of education. Currently a professor at Edward Waters University, or Edward Waters College, he imparts knowledge and STEM and STEAM curricula. Through his expertise, William Jackson has significantly impacted students, institutions, and communities, championing the transformative power of STEAM education. I present to you William Jackson.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
I'm fine, and it's so wonderful to have you here along with the technical expertise that you're going to bring. We are very, very excited to have you here. And I will see you on the other side.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Depending on your location, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, because I know we have some international guests with us today. That was a wonderful introduction, and I just really consider myself as a servant, as a teacher, as a mentor, hopefully as a role model to not only youth, teens, and young adults, but also to adults in the area of technology. As she was speaking, I was reflecting back on my career, and it's wonderful to be recognized as an educator with so many things going on in the world today. Education is at a cusp, it's at a turning point where, like anything, even in business and commerce, education has to adapt, education has to pivot, as my wife would say, and education has to evolve beyond where it is moving towards and where it has come from. As an educator, I recently retired from 33 years teaching. My primary location was in elementary education, and seeing how youth, teens, and young adults were influenced, impacted, in some cases inspired by the different areas of technology. It is key and important that we understand that as each generation progresses through the educational system, that parents stay involved, grandparents stay involved, family members stay involved, so they're understanding and aware of the process of education and how it is impacting youth, teens, and young adults. I cannot deny that there are some areas that people may not agree with or particularly understand the concept of the role of an educator, the role of administrators. But our jobs are to empower our young people so that they will be the leaders and the creatives and the innovators and the artists and the motivators and the inspiration for future generations to come. And this does play into the level of technology and the metaverse that I'm going to talk about briefly here as well. We have to understand that technology continues to evolve, it continues to grow. Even though I'm going to be talking about the metaverse, which are immersive environments, and they are impacting business even as I speak, we have to understand that don't be scared of it, don't be afraid of it, but learn as much as possible, even if it has to come down to watching YouTube videos, attending conferences and events similar to this, listening to those who have a passion and who have knowledge about the metaverse and AI and VR and immersive environments. It is very important that Black businesses understand that it is key to the visibility of our businesses, our collective businesses, that we are involved in AI, that we learn about artificial intelligence and how to apply it, because there are multiple levels that we hear. The key part is, how do you take these different levels of technology and apply it to empowering, inspiring, the visualization of your Black business to expand, not just locally where you are, not just nationally, but globally as well. We live in a global economy where business and commerce and connections and relationships are built and created and established. And even during my years as a teacher, I've been blessed with the opportunity to teach children from around the world. And one of the things that I've learned, it is very important for not just education, but in business as well, that we listen to the needs of our clients. We listen to the needs of our future employees. We listen to the needs and also observe the skills and talents and abilities that they bring forth to help us as business owners grow and move forward into the next century or into the next phase or into the next decade. And one of the things Black businesses have to be aware of, there is a process to integrate technology. And I always like to say, even though I've been involved in technology for a number of years, we must be able to leverage our networks. And our networks, and I'm sure many of us have heard this term, our networks elevate, magnify, or influence our net worth. And we have to understand that our networks influence, they change the perspective sometimes of our businesses, but our network influences and inspires. Our net worth because it allows us to expand from where we are as a teacher, but also as a business owner. And working with my wife as well, she is a university professor. We try our best to learn as much as possible, even though there's some areas we're not familiar with. In our network, we have people that we can reach out to, that we can talk to, that we can connect with, not just where we're located in Jacksonville, Florida, but across the state, across the United States, and globally. One of the things that we love to do is participate in conferences and workshops and webinars, taking notes, following people on social media, connecting with people. We are proud to be certified virtual reality educators as well through Victory XR and Engage. Those platforms are immersive platforms where you can teach in those platforms and also have businesses. There are multiple areas to explore, to enhance your business, to learn, and to grow. Now, going back to the aspect of immersive environments, we all have heard of Facebook, who changed their name to Meta, incorporating the metaverse. Rest assured, Meta is not the only metaverse out there. There are hundreds of metaverses out there. Using the diverse technology that we have, you can access diverse areas. Now, that means you don't have to run down to your local store and buy an Oculus, buy the latest headset. A lot of what's available in the metaverse, you can use your phone, you can use a laptop, you can use a desktop, and you can use a tablet. So the understanding that the metaverse embraces multiple devices should provide some security, because everyone does not possess or use or have the same knowledge on a particular device. More and more our young people are using their cell phones to access content, to access information, which is great because our smartphones have the ability to connect us to the world. I'll give you a perfect example. My wife and I, we are part of the WordPress community, and WordPress manages 45 to 55% of the websites globally. So that means when you're looking at a website, if you scroll to the bottom or if you look to the top, it may say this website developed or created by WordPress, or this website is managed by WordPress. Other areas or other applications are similar. There are other platforms. But when you're integrating website technology, and you're integrating metaverse technology, and you're integrating AI technology, and you're integrating VR, which is virtual reality technology, before you jump on the bandwagon and say, I'm going to integrate all these areas of technology, I'm going to use them. First of all, strategically figure out how you are going to use them to maximize the brand of your business. And I think one of the disparities with technology, the internet itself, but moving into Web3 is for Black businesses to learn strategically how to visualize their business. Now, when I say visualize, that means you are using multiple social medias. Yes, you may be on Facebook, which is great, which is wonderful. But are you also on LinkedIn that can connect each other? Are you also sharing information on Twitter? Are you on Threads? Are you using TikTok videos to maximize your visibility locally, nationally, and globally? Are you using a YouTube channel as well for your customers to see your products and services? The other area is the metaverse. Now, the metaverse is immersive technology. That means that when you go into the metaverse, you are an avatar. Neil Stephenson wrote a book, and in that book, people were avatars. And as an avatar, you are a digital representation of yourself. The book is called Snow Crash, and it's been out for several years. But it's amazing how the concept in the book can influence the growth and expansion and explosion of digital technologies like the metaverse. Learning and applying and understanding the concept of you are a Black business. Where do you want to go in the future? In 5 years, in 10 years, in 15 years, technology has the ability to assist you And I'll say this again, technology has the ability to assist you to move in different markets, to move in different directions, to show who you are, where you are, and your products and services. Using these digital technologies, it's important that you strategically are able to do that. So that means that if you're not too sure of how to apply these different areas of technologies, check your network first. Look in your network who is learning about these technologies, who is applying these technologies. My brand is My Quest to Teach. So when you do a Google search on My Quest to Teach, you'll see the activities that I'm involved in and engaged in, not just education, but also in digital areas of business and commerce. My Quest to Teach is my vision to help as many people as I can to understand the concepts and the abilities of digital engagement to help in learning, comprehension, developing strategies as a business owner to grow, also to apply that knowledge, not just for that business growth and success, but also to give back to the community. And as a Black business, we cover so many areas, but we also must look at how do we give back to the community and support the communities that we're in. One of the things in using technology is to make these digital connections, to make the connections that build relationships. Relationships, as we know, are key. They're important, they're useful, but they also allow you to expand the visibility of your business. Now, in this day and age, as I say visibility, it's important that you're in front of people, you're talking to people, you're engaging with people, you're involved in people, maybe not just in the specifics of your business, but you're supporting community efforts. You're engaged in community efforts. People see you, they know who you are. They are associating you with your brand as well. The key parts are one, strategically understanding your strengths, understanding your weaknesses, understanding your knowledge, understanding your skill level, and understanding the concepts that you're going to use to bring in diverse technologies. I would also like to say, don't stress, don't worry, don't fret. Learn as much as you can about artificial intelligence and how it applies to your business. Learn as much as you can about the metaverse. Watch YouTube videos. Follow people that are knowledgeable. Now, because it is new technology and it is expanding and growing, be careful about people that pass themselves off as experts. You know, they can be consultants, they can be knowledgeable, but different people have different ideas. They have different constructs in their mind about what technology can do and offer them. Black businesses are unique, and the uniqueness comes in their ability to adapt and survive as many things change. With the COVID situation that came and affected the world globally, businesses chose to adapt, to pivot, to use more technology because they were remote. If we look at the business community now as they're bringing people back together in offices, many businesses have chose to stay remote. So they're using Zoom, so they're using Teams, so they're using different types of technology, but they're integrated in those technologies are the ability to build teams, to unify people to work together. Now, the metaverse, if you're thinking about it, it's like, okay, metaverse, how do I apply this? The metaverse is kind of sort of like, as the kids would say, Zoom on steroids, because the beauty of it is when you're creating your avatar, and if you've never done it before, look at it as using a video game. Go to a program online called readyplayer.me, and that's readyplayer.me, and learn how to create an avatar and get used to being a digital representation of yourself. I always suggest that you create 3 avatars. A business avatar, because now in our business environment, you may be called in, if you have not done so already, in a virtual meeting requesting you to be an avatar. Create an avatar that represents you as a business entity, as a business person with your digital clothing. Secondly, create a casual avatar, because you may be called into meetings in a casual environment where you don't have to wear a shirt and tie, you can be more casual, but you're also projecting yourself as a business owner. The third one is also even more casual because you may be called into an environment where it's a networking environment where you are, as the saying says, dressed down, but you're still representing your business. So as you create your avatar, you will see how adaptable the avatars are, and your brain, your knowledge, your experience gradually grows. Once you create your avatar, experiment it. Change clothing, change hairstyles, change facial features. You can even change all aspects of shoes and eyes, whatever you desire to do, which is pretty cool because now you're working in an environment where it's digital, it's virtual, and basically your avatar can travel with you anywhere in the world. We have friends in Africa, we have friends in Asia, we have friends in Europe. We have business interests globally as well, not just as educators, which we do teach globally, but as business owners sharing content and information in web development and creating metaverse galleries for businesses and educational institutions. But all of that idea goes into how can I solve a problem? How can I connect and network with people? If there's an issue, a situation, or circumstance, how best can I help those individuals that are struggling with maybe accessibility, mobility, understanding the levels of technology and how it applies to them? One of the issues today is accessibility. And you're thinking, okay, there are different areas of accessibility. The metaverse can aid in accessibility with the mobility of being someplace remote. So we still have, even though we're coming out of COVID, people that are still remote, at home, anxious to go out in the community, and maybe have some medical problems. They may be homebound or hospital bound. But being involved in the metaverse, having an avatar that represents you, does not mean that you're mentally confined to your home or the hospital or whatever the situation or circumstances. You can get out in the world. You can travel the world virtually. You can visit any place in the world that has 360-degree videos or created a metaverse site. That's why it's important for people to understand when you hear the word meta or Facebook, they are not the only metaverse in the world. There are hundreds, if not in a couple of years, thousands of metaverse sites in the world. Now you're thinking to yourself, okay, well, what value would a metaverse site have to me? As I said before, the accessibility of people coming to see your services and your products virtually. You can set up a virtual storefront. If you're a consultant, you can have a consultant agency or office in the metaverse where you have it built and you have it designed, you have it created. One of the beautiful things about that is that you are not confined to your geographical location. You have a global outlook and connection with the world. As a public education teacher, as a higher education teacher, my wife and I encourage our students, you have to think globally. And the beauty of the Black Business Network is one of the things is that it is a global network. You can expand outside of your environment, which is a beautiful and wonderful thing because you understand that the future is now. Using AI, using VR, using immersive environments allows your business to go virtual, but it allows your business to go international. The exciting aspect of it is you also learn to build or enhance the relationships that you have on a global platform. America, as you probably have learned in your business interests and dealings, has a different concept about building relationship, a business relationship and a personal relationship than the rest of the world. From my experience, globally, the relationships are very important and very key first because people want to know who you are. They want to know about your families. They want to know about your experience. They want to know about your knowledge, but they also want to build a relationship that just does not last a day, a week, or a month. They want to build a relationship that lasts years. Sometimes the concept of business in the United States is, and we all know, make that money, get that hustle going on, How can I get this business deal going? But sometimes, as the kids say, you have to slow your roll. You want to get your hustle on, you want to get things started, but you also must have in your mind the concept of building a relationship with potential clients, with other businesses, with collaboration and cooperation as well. There's a saying that said, in this day and age of technology, it is better to cooperate and collaborate than to compete. Because the more you can collaborate and cooperate with others, the more it expands your ability to connect globally. But also people see you, and that visual element is important. They can reach out virtually and see you and touch you and see how things are going and communicate and focus on what can we do together, not just to make money, but to improve the business environment and relationships around us. One of the things that we've learned when working with people in Africa is that it's key and important for them to not only have a successful business, but how can their business support what is going on in their community? Oh, and let me tell you that technology has expanded in multiple levels on the continent of Africa. Do not always trust the media when you're trying to gain and understand the business ideas and concepts and implementation on the continent of Africa or Central America or in Europe, because it still centers around relationships. Now, when you're in a virtual environment, even though you're an avatar, there's still that sense of community. There's still that sense of uniting. There's still that sense of collaboration. Using your brand, whatever brand that you have, you must realize that your brand represents you. And your brand sometimes goes out beyond you, even in immersive and virtual environments. When I share my brand, My Quest to Teach, it tells who I am. I am an educator, I am a teacher, but I'm also an entrepreneur. My wife's brand, Love Built Life, she is an educator, she's a teacher, she's a poet, she's an author, but we like to instill the sense of community in what we do as well. Using these opportunities on the Black Business Network, which also, by the way, if you did not know, has a metaverse site as well, using different areas of technology. So even though we're on this platform right now, and we have this week of learning and engagement and collaboration and cooperation, make sure that whatever platform you're using, whatever platform you have access to, you're reaching out to other business owners, Black business owners here on this network, because the network is key and is important to building your business beyond where you are now. There's a growing desire to create content. And the content opportunities for Black business networks are key and important because we have business owners, we have entrepreneurs, but we must stay consistent with what we're trying to do and accomplish with our businesses. Yes, we are in business to make money. Yes, we are in business to be influential. Yes, we are in business to get our names known out in the world. But the aspirations should also go along with being strategic in what you're trying to accomplish and what you're trying to do. Each of us in our own individual area and business strategies and opportunities, we are content creators. We are digital innovators. We are artistic creatives. We are bloggers. We are video bloggers because we're using diverse technology. There are thousands of Black businesses now that are sharing millions of bits and bytes of information that are encouraging and empowering others in the world. Again, our network must help us to grow. Our network must help us to expand. Our network must give us the opportunity to share content and information. So even though I'm here, I'm presently in Maryland. We live in Jacksonville, Florida, doing our travels and speaking at conferences and webinars and different activities. Your concept and your desire should also be centered on being a leader in your particular area, building leadership, thought leadership, mentoring others as well. Think of the inspiration and influence that you have on youth, teens, and young adults that are coming up that are involved in technology. placing yourself, your business in front of them on multiple platforms, because we have to remember that as we continue to grow and expand, the young people today will either be our future employees or they will be our future customers. So we must put in place metrics to understand that those that are going into high school, when they graduate or matriculate to either university or vocational school or military or entrepreneurs themselves, somewhere along the line, you're going to meet with them and you're going to connect with them. If you're already talking at schools, if you're already visiting high schools, if you're already visiting middle schools, or even elementary schools, or colleges, or universities, or vocational schools, taking your time to talk to young entrepreneurs to let them know about your business and what you're involved in, engaged in, is a wonderful way to expand your visibility as well. But to connect with the younger people, the younger audience, you have to use these technologies. You have to take the opportunities to offer internships so that those that have the knowledge about the metaverse can help you expand your business into those areas. Those that have knowledge about social media can do the same, can expand and help your business grow in those particular areas. We must be able to, as we share often, to think out of the box. How can you be creative? How can you be innovative? How can you use the technology that's out there? Certain areas I've shared with Ready Player Me. There's also galleries that can be created in Spatial. Spatial.io is a free platform. There is a paid feature as well, where you can design and create your own metaverse. There's software called Blender, Unity, Real Engine, Unreal Engine. Those softwares are used to design and build communities on the metaverse. I'll give you an example. Wherever you're sitting or wherever you're located, just imagine that you are an avatar, but where you're sitting is a virtual environment that represents where you currently are. Whether you're home, whether you're in your business, or whether you're in a remote location, where that environment is created, and you can invite people in to talk with you, to sit with you, to have conversation, to actually build on that environment and build on that relationship to make stronger connections. There are companies and entities that you've probably heard that are putting billions of dollars into technologies. Walmart, Best Buys, Nike, Jaguar, Kia, Mercedes, Lexus, and other companies are funneling billions of dollars into the technology to expand people's access to their services, because they know the more and more people that use these services, that use these applications, that use these products and services are going to be involved in immersive environments. And people wonder, well, why would I do that? Why would I be engaged in such an immersive environment? Well, for one thing, because these environments can stay open 24/7. You have the opportunity where you can engage with people around the world, but again, as an avatar. The key point to that is that your business is still actively engaged and actively involved. Now, hiring individuals may require some training, and this is an area that is key as well, because you want to make sure that when you're involved in these activities and you're putting your business on the metaverse, that those individuals that you plan on hiring or contracting are knowledgeable about the continued activities and participation of being involved and engaged in immersive environments. So even though you're virtual, even though you're on the metaverse, you're still talking to people, you're still engaged. And it's a beautiful thing globally, and on an environment that creates for your business. I wanted to make sure that I share that information because here is important that technology is not right. Technology is right. And one of the things that hurt Black businesses are that we do not take the opportunity and chance to adapt to change. And we must learn to adapt to change. So that way we are progressive, that we expand, and that we continue to grow. So I believe my time is about up, but I wanted to make sure I shared that information. If you can reach out to me by my brand, My Quest to Teach, in Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and on LinkedIn as well. So thank you very much for this opportunity for sharing this content and information. Oh, I can't hear you.
Thank you so much. I want you to know that that was a phenomenal explanation of the metaverse, and it's something that we all need to learn. It's coming whether we're ready or not. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you. So the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexposusa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpoUSA.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund now. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for August 2023. That's NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rich Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kinston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, and welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Enolia Foti, founder of Enolia LLC, Director of Operations for Vision Afrique Development, and CEO of Expressions of Humanity Foundation. I am your business moderator coming to you from Angola, Africa this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders around the world. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. This next coming up is a fireside chat, capacity building for women and minority business owners. Our next speaker is Dominic Milton, President and Chief Engagement Officer at Carolinas Virginia Minority, CEO of the Carolinas Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, or CVMSDC.org, also known as the Council. As an intentional connector, Milton's goal is to create wealth by certifying, developing, connecting, and advocating for ethnic minority-owned businesses, MBEs. The Council serves minority business owners and corporate partners in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia. As a regional affiliate of NMSDG.org, a 48-year-old nonprofit advocacy group, they are the largest certifying agency for MBEs in the USA. I present to you Dominique Milton.
Good morning,
Welcome,
good morning, and thank you so much. We have a background echo.
Thank you so much. And
All right.
I will see you with the genius on the other side.
Genius is coming.
Genius
I'll
is
see you on
coming.
the
I'll see
other
you
side. The other side. So I am so excited. You know, you have an echo when you're on. Okay. I think that's better. I am so excited this morning to come back to you with another guest. Mr. Devon Henry is with us this morning. Devon, thank you so much for pivoting this morning and being with us. You know, it takes a lot to do what we do, doesn't it?
Indeed it does. Good morning, Dominique.
Good morning. Thank you. I can't thank you enough. So I want to start at the end because that's what we're here for. We're here about scholarship, right? So we are raising money, scholarships for students to go to college. And so I'm going to start at the end of your bio because that really resonates with why we are here. Devon is an advocate of education. He has his BS in biology from Norfolk State University, where he was elected as a distinguished alumni back in 2013. He's received executive education from various institutions, but most importantly, he is committed to giving back. Devon created an endowment at Norfolk State University that provides scholarships to inbound NSU students majoring in STEM-related fields. Congratulations and kudos to you for doing that, Devon. A little bit more about his background. He is a successful entrepreneur managing a portfolio of companies in construction and logistics with over 20 years of experience leading and building organizations. He is currently the CEO and president of Team Henry Enterprises, LLC, a nationally recognized contracting enterprise based in Richmond, Virginia. And he is known for taking down 23 Confederate statues across the southeastern U.S. Did you take down the statue in Charleston, South Carolina, Devon?
I didn't get that one.
You didn't get that one? We watched
that
that one come down. I didn't get to watch the statues come down in Richmond, but that was a major feat. And so I want to start there because I want people to understand that as a business owner, the opportunities that we embark upon are not always going to be easy ones, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes we're called to do the tough work that nobody else wants to do. So let's talk about your journey. Tell me about your journey. How did you get to starting the company? And then we'll start there. Yeah.
Well, that journey, in business started 17 years ago, right? In 2006, but the journey actually started well before that. And, as you've heard me speak before, and the story that I share about my influence and my inspiration for wanting to start a business and for wanting to do more than just the status quo. And that was my mother. And my mother, who had me when she was 16 years old, in a very tough environment, I saw her sacrifice so much and give up so much of herself, that when she started in the workforce, if you will, because she was a young mother, she forgoed the opportunity to go to college, and she started out at McDonald's saying, "Hello, welcome to McDonald's. Can I take your order? You want fries with that?" And
Right.
when you fast forward, um, 30 plus years working her way through that corporation and folks seeing things in her that she didn't see in herself. She went from that 16, 17-year-old young lady who was trying to find a way in the world, working at McDonald's, to owning 5 McDonald's in the Richmond area.
That
So
is tremendous.
her story is one that's that's probably ready for a lifetime show, but
Right.
it is it's where my inspiration comes from and why I have this entrepreneurial spirit, of hey, we can do things that can control our own destiny. We can make mistakes, but we learn from our mistakes. And in 2006, I was working at General Electric, and I decided, hey, I'm ready to venture out and do something, that can take that where I have an opportunity to control our destiny and the wealth that we want to generationally be able to assume and to pass on to our children, right?
Right.
So I'll never forget. I went to my wife and I said, "Hey, babe, I want to start this business," and she knows I've always been doing research about it. And she was like, "Oh, you're serious about this time?" And I was like, "Yeah." I had already went to the SBA. I had already, came up with, here's how much it's going to cost. And so I put our whole entire life savings on the line,
Wow.
left my 6-figure career that I was on the fast track at
Mm-hmm.
GE. And I told her, or I asked her, I need you to do this with me, because she had a human resources background, and I just
Mm-hmm.
knew that what was going to be needed. So as you fast forward, after her looking at me like I had 3 heads, and we had just had a daughter who was born premature, 1 pound, 12 ounces, and everything that comes along with that. We started our business in the Great Recession, Dominique. So
Oh my
if
goodness.
if you can imagine saying, okay, hey, we're getting ready to start a business and we got this great business plan, and
Right.
let's thought this thing through 1,000 ways from Sunday, and then boom, the market just falls out. The
Mm-hmm.
cloud, the sky looks like it's never going to turn light again. And so, we had to pivot, and we had to move in a direction where we initially thought we were going in, commercial and different local agencies, to becoming more of a federal government contractor.
Okay.
Simply because if who was going to be spending money during that time, it was the federal government.
Right.
So we pivoted and made the adjustments in regards to our staffing, our planning, and and who we were marketing to. And we just started growing our business in a way that it made sense to target who we were going after. And then as we started progressing throughout the federal government, and I tell you, Dominic, we've worked for probably every single agency, from the Army Corps of Engineers to the Navy to FEMA to Park Service. We just kept building our portfolio of
Mm-hmm.
clients. And as we started growing, we said, hey, let's not be so focused on the federal government. And then we started going out, taking our talents into the commercial.
Because you have to diversify for security.
You have to. And I tell you, one of the big moments when we found that out
Uh-huh.
was when, every year there's a budget conversation with
Right.
Congress and the president. They're at odds about, what needs to be in the budget, what not. And then there's, they don't reach a budget. And we found out we wasn't going to get paid
That's
for our
right.
work. I said, oh, yeah, we got to figure out something else and start diversifying and not having all our eggs in a basket. And so around 2015, 9 years into it, we started diversifying into the commercial space, picking up clients like Dominion Energy, JP Morgan Chase, McDonald's, Altria, some of the larger, more stable companies, and then we started doing some development work on our own. But
Okay.
that kind of, I can be on this show all day talking
I
about
know you can.
journey because everybody sees where we are today, but they see the glory, but they don't understand the story, and there's just
Right.
so much that comes along with it. But that's where we are today, and it
Right.
took a lot of risk taking and just really being strategic about our approach.
Yeah, so let's pause for a moment. Let me recap for our audience because I heard quite a few things, right? So we talk about resolve. We talk about being intentional. You talked about the intentionality of your mom. She was a 16-year-old mother, and I know her mother passed shortly after she had you, right? And so she was alone on her own, and she had to make it. She had to get it. And it wasn't beneath her to go out there and take this menial job at McDonald's and do her best, right? So she put on that smile and she did her best. And as you said, people saw in her what she didn't see in herself, but she built her way up, right?
Yes.
And building her way up, she went from saying fries with that to owning McDonald's, right? So she built that foundation. So to our listeners, you have to be able to start where people don't want to be. In order to get to the next level. And I always tell my kids, you have to do today what others will not, so you can have and give tomorrow what others cannot, right? So your mother understood that. She instilled that in you. Then you took that inspiration and you built a business. You went out on faith, right? Took your savings. Now, some people don't understand that, right? They took their savings and they made that commitment, and you didn't have a plan B. And so that's critical. When you don't have a plan B and all your eggs are in that basket, it makes you have to survive. You have to swim. Otherwise you're going to drown, right? So you had your whole family in it, and then you started swimming. So now let's fast forward to what we're talking about in terms of diversification, because when I was in MBE, we went from 0 to 20 million in a very short period of time. But we had this one customer that was a majority customer for us. And when that customer pulled out, that was it, right? We started to sink and there was no life raft there for us, right? And so, we had to learn very quickly that you have to diversify your customer base. That's part of scaling. And we're talking about scaling today because we want all of our business owners to understand that it's one thing to have a business, but then it's something else to grow a business, right? It's one thing to have money in the bank, but then do you have cash flow, right? What happens when that money goes away? So what you're talking about is you had to go out and you had to get new customers to be able to sustain your business and diversify, so that the government lockdown, okay, or Altria shut down, you had opportunities in other areas. Talk about setbacks. As you were going through that. Where did you see, you hit this door and you're like, how did I get to this door? And how am I going to get through this door? Tell me about a story that with a setback.
Man, let me pick one. But first you touched on something that was pretty significant, and you talked about how you grew from 0 to 20 million, right? The difficult part, as you become an entrepreneur, it's not making $1 million, right? It's continuously having to make $1 million. And then it's to make $1.5 million, and then it's to make it. It's that pressure that you have in order to scale your business. And everyone will tell you, hey, you can grow too fast. And you're like, there's no way I can grow too fast.
No, that's true.
I'm just going to keep on keeping on.
Right.
And it becomes a point where the cash flow, if you're not managing that in a manner in which, the way that you're growing, it doesn't line up with how you're spending and how you're receiving your dollars. It has a significant impact on your business and how you're able to conduct your business. One of the things I thought that was very key, and I thank the CVMSDC for that, is us taking the time to invest in ourselves.
Right.
And not just working in the business, but working on your business, right?
That's exactly where I was going next. Yes, go there.
and I'll tell you why is because one of the biggest, I'm a very loyal person, right? And I believe in giving folks multiple opportunities to help and to develop. But what you quickly realize is that what got you there is not going to take you to where you're trying to ultimately go sometimes,
That's
right?
right.
And that includes people, right? And when you're growing a business and that you have folks that are, hey, this is how I do things, and this is the only way that I'm going to do things. You have to make difficult decisions around, hey, everybody that came with you can't go with you to
That's
that
right.
next stage.
That's
And
right.
and it is so tough. And especially for many of us in the Black community, right? Because we always want to do, it's in our DNA to
Right.
want to help, right? It's in our DNA to not give up on each other. And, it just became a time where we had to sit down and look at our growth plan, look
Mm-hmm.
at the resources that we had in play that were with regards to who's on the bus, right?
Right.
And what seat are they sitting in? And it was a real realization that, hey, some of these folks can't go with us, and
And
making
that's
that
tough. That's really tough.
it's very tough. And what you realize is that, and I've heard it before, and I didn't practice it initially, is that you hire slow and you fire fast. But
Yes.
in because once folks get in and they see, man, they're doing things they shouldn't be doing. They're doing in regards to, hey, they're trying to step things up so
Mm-hmm.
fast, and they're creating this level of toxicity within your organization just because they can't see what you see, and they
Right.
can't understand your vision, and they
Right.
can't do what you do, to be
Right.
quite right. So making those decisions of personnel and being intentional about, hey, here's your skill set. I'm willing to develop in you. You want to go to this class, you want to go to this school, you want to go to whatever it is that can help you get to the next level of where we're trying to take this company. And if
Right.
you have a desire to do that, then we have to have a different conversation.
So
So that
having those hard conversations. Yeah.
very much,
Yeah.
very much so.
And I
And
like it. I like
continuous.
it too. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying it's continuous, right?
It is
You
continuous. Yeah.
get to 20 million, and then folks that were
Yeah.
really good in that space, they can't do 50 million,
Right.
or they don't want to, you know?
That's key. They might not want to, right? And so,
Yeah,
it's I liken it to like a relay race or a rowboat, right? So, if you're in a relay race, you might not be the person to have that anchor position. So you as the leader need to know where you're going to put everybody in that relay race. You have to position the people on your team, and you have to know that if they're not positionable, then they need to be out. Okay. So and not take it, they can't take it personally, you can't take it personally because you've got a job to do, right? And so when you get the contract, if they're not the ones that are going to be there to help you fulfill that contract, you got to get a different team of rowers, a different team
that's
of
right.
runners to be
That's
on
right.
to work with you. Otherwise, you're not going to win the race. So I want to go back to working on your business because we stress that immensely. We do 4 things at CVM SDC. We certify business owners, but I always say once you get certified, you put that in your back pocket. Nobody wants to hear Devon calling up saying, hey, I'm a certified minority business and I'm looking for contracts. They could care less, right? They can see who you are, but they want to know what value you bring to the table and how you're going to help them save money. So certification is critical, but you put in your back pocket. But then we develop and connect you. Development to me is the most important thing because if you're not supply chain ready, then forget about it. You can have the best business idea in the world, but if you're not ready, and you have gone to several of our developmental programs and you've taken time, you shut your business down, or either you had somebody else running the business, maybe your wife was running the business, you shut it down probably to be able to work on your business so that you can catapult to the next level. Most people are caught up in just the day-to-day running the business. I don't have time to shut down. I don't have time to focus on this. And then their business stays stagnant. Talk about that and how those investments have helped to catapult your business.
What you said, I couldn't agree with you more, right? So, and there's no way I'm leaving and the business shut down, right?
Right.
It's a situation where what I talked about, putting the right people in play, right? That you have someone that if you're not in the office, that everything is still running, right?
Right.
And once we had our second child, my wife took a step back from the business and really focused on, that was our give and take there when we had our son. But what I'll tell you is I went to Norfolk State, as you pointed out. We believe in taking advantage of every resource possible, right?
Yes.
If there's an opportunity there for you to leverage a resource, we did it because we always felt like we was doing more with less.
Mm-hmm.
And when you fast forward to where we are in business and how I saw these opportunities, I mean, there was nothing better. It was frightening at first because you're thinking, hey, I'm going to be out of my business for a week, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then when you get there, and and I've gone to University of Richmond, Tuck at Dartmouth, Northwestern at Kellogg,
Yep.
Some others outside of CVMSDC,
Mm-hmm.
but UNC at Chapel Hill, Keenan
Mm-hmm.
Flagler, Harvard.
Mm-hmm.
Just because once what you guys showed me was that what I didn't know that I needed, right? You
Right.
don't know. But what came of it was the opportunity to see other entrepreneurs doing what you're doing or doing more than what you're doing, right?
Right.
I'm a very I need to see it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why I think representation is so important for you to be able to see things that you want to obtain, to be able to see that in person, right? And so being able to go away from my business and kind of be around other like-minded folks, and the professors were top notch.
Top notch. Yeah. They're international consultants, right? Consulting with corporations all around the world.
Make you think things differently. And quite honestly, that's when you go back to your business and you start saying, okay, what are we do? Why are we doing this? Let's focus on that. And you start having those conversations with your key folks. And the investment, I always say investment, right? The investment that you made into your business by going away for however long you went away, it should pay off tenfold.
Right.
It should pay off tenfold because the information, the just the knowledge base that you have, and the ability to pick up a phone now to folks that were in your class, or even the professors. I keep up with some of my professors today, and they will allow you to pick their brain. So it's extremely important.
That's good. And just for our listeners, when you're a member of CVMSDC, those courses come for free. We provide scholarships for our members to go and work on their business. And I don't care whether you're at 10 million, 20 million, or just under a million, you still, at every level, you have an opportunity to improve and advance. So you need to take time each year to work on your business. So let's talk. Yes.
Let me just point out one thing really quick to that point, because it was there. We were at Tuck. And we go into the class, and there are some really big hitters in there, and there's some guys that that your size, and you're like, okay. But I'll never forget. I walked into our classroom, and there was a brother named Rich Dennis, who owned Shea Moisture, who now owns Essence, the magazine Essence.
Yes.
He was in the class with us.
Mm-hmm.
So to your point, that tells you can never feel like you just got it all figured out. There's always room to grow. And at that point, I said, if this brother is taking the time to come to this class, I know I can do this. And I've been doing it once a week, every year in my business.
Good for you. Good. The gentleman from Black Enterprise was in my class, right? So, and when I went, our business was at this pivotal 5-year point. Most businesses at 5 years, you're going to either sink or swim. And we were like, okay, how do we turn the corner? So the course helped us to learn how to turn the corner and go to the next level and position ourselves for the future. So folks, don't take lightly of this. Okay. So we talked about certification. We talked about development, now connection. Now you said something that was really important. And I don't want our listeners to miss that. You said at your university, you took advantage of everything, right? Because you needed to make sure you tapped in. That to me was my favorite word. You heard my favorite word at the conference, intentionality, right? Yeah. We as Black folks are not intentional enough. We're not intentional enough with where we spend our money, where we save our money, and how we connect with each other. If I know there's an opportunity for Devon Henry, I'm going to pick up the phone and I'm going to say, Devon, you need to check this out, right? If you know what I need or what somebody else needs, in the back of your mind, you should be able to sell that person when they're not even in the room and work at connecting folks. People think there's a pie, and some people think that if I take a piece of this pie out, the pie is going to get smaller. But you and I know that pie gets bigger and bigger and bigger the more pie you share, right? So we need to talk about, how you've been intentional, how you've helped other people along the way. You have that scholarship for students. There's still too many first-generation college students out there, folks whose family have not gone to college, right? And so they need that help. They don't have people advocating for them. They don't understand what they don't know. Talk about intentionality. What does that mean to you?
Man, I love that word. And sometimes it gets used too freely, right?
Mm-hmm.
And folks talk like, yeah, we're being intentional. I've seen some very, very, very great examples of folks being intentional because they said, this is what we want to do and this is how we're going to get there. But when you touched on Norfolk State University, and I'm a huge proponent of HBCUs. I chair the board now at Norfolk State University because it means so much for me to see and to sow and to pour into a university that meant so much to me, but also into these students, right? First generation students. You talk about students who are coming that are 60 to 70% of our population is Pell Grant eligible. 90% are on financial aid. So there's a certain profile of student that comes to Norfolk State, and I wanted to do my part, right? Everybody has their part, and I give every year to Norfolk State University, and I have an endowment that has grown over 6 figures because I'm intentional, right?
Right.
And I've given scholarships every year, but I also, here's the other key, I give stipends every year to those Team Henry scholars, right? So every year they get $3,000
Nice
scholarship, because it's also those things that happen throughout the year, and you being intentional about wanting to say, I want to help, but where the roadblocks are because you were there, right?
Right.
When you're trying to get a book, or you need, whatever it is.
Whatever, yeah.
So, that is very important to me and my family. Equally as important is, how do we help other MBEs and other SWAM and small businesses come up in this industry that can be somewhat cutthroat at times, right? And we had to get in a place where we were comfortable dealing with us, right? In a business setting. For some reason, there's been this stigma that, we can't do business with each other. Everybody wants to know, well, who's the lead and who's this? And hey, what's 0 of 0, right? It's 0.
That's right.
At the pie, right? We are going after this piece of pie. And I'll share with you an example. There was a very large airport project that was going on, and because it had federal funds, there were some requirements that it needed to be met around disadvantaged businesses, DBE firms that were included. So what we did, we said, hey, let's form a consortium. Let's bring together a bunch of 6 to 7 DBE firms that have capacity, that's willing to work, and we will be the point and share with the contractor, hey, here's what you'll be able to get if you deal with this consortium. And just the thought of folks coming together and doing something that was bigger than themselves, number one, was already a win. But 2, the contractor saying, oh wow. So I can deal with just one entity that is going to be able to get me participation amongst, not just this scope of work, but this scope of work, this scope of work, and this scope of work. And it allowed for us to grow together and really do some special things. So from a collaboration standpoint and an ability to say, hey, we're going to be intentional about how we support each other, how we work together, and how we show up. Right?
Yes.
And how we show up, Dominique.
Yeah. So that you must have gotten some notes, because that takes me right into my next point, is how we show up, right? So every time Devon Henry shows up, you bring your A game. Every time your mom showed up, she brought that smile. She brought her A game, right?
Yeah.
You got people showing up, not bringing their A game and expecting more than what they deserve, right? So talk about always bringing your A game. And I want to couple that with volunteering, okay? Because some people think, I'm worth X. I'm not going to volunteer. You've spoken all over the world. You've spoken on every news station, right? And I said, Devon, can you come and be my keynote speaker, right? And you said, okay, I'm going to come. I'm a volunteer, and I'm going to do that because you all have been good to us, but I just want you to give back to my foundation, right? So you could have asked for $20,000, $30,000 for a speaking engagement, right? You said, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, okay, but you didn't, okay? So you saw a need and you volunteered. I had a gentleman who volunteered to do lunches for the airport. Nobody else wanted to take this lunch gig. He took it, Fast forward, he ended up getting the whole contract for food service for that airport because of that one gig that he did, right? So talk about your A game and talk about the importance of volunteering, and I call it volunteering as your marketing edge, right? So that's your marketing investment for the year.
You know, I touched on something similar in our discussion at the conference. And, you know, you have to perfect your craft, right?
Yes.
You have to invest in your craft, as we've already talked about. The way you bring your A game is feeling confident and knowing that you are totally prepared, right?
Right.
I've gone into meetings and being honest for your viewers, that I did not bring my A game because I didn't have it all, right? I wasn't prepared, and I can admit that, right?
Okay.
But you have to be able to admit those things and understand when you did not bring your A game, and you still expect something to come from that. No, it doesn't work that way. What I've learned is perfecting your craft, and even to the point, Dominique, I used to be in the mirror talking, right?
Yes.
Make sure you say that, give this and then it just became natural because you're talking about you're talking about your business. And it became hey, I can go in any room and talk about Team Henry Enterprises, right? And I got to do it in a manner that you like me, right? You feel my authenticity because I'm going to show up as Devon every time, right? And that sneakers is a nice shirt and it's a nice pair of pants, but that is just what I feel comfortable in. And what I've grown to over time is understanding and learning that it's not a cookie cutter thing, right? It's not what Dominique wants is the same thing that Andrea wants, and what Altria wants is not the same thing as Dominion wants. You have to go in there prepared and understand how do you present value. Value. And as I learned, and as I, just grew in this space, I learned that it was just so much more than just the business side. There's this volunteer component, right? That once you've gotten to a certain place, or as you're building yourself and your company up to a certain space, you have to pay some things forward, right?
Yes, you do.
There is no way, Dominique, I could have told you no after all that CVMS DC has done for me, right? My family, and my business. There is no way. The pay it forward and the volunteerism it's just a part of the fabric, right? It's you're building this ecosystem of you have your business, you have your folks that you're trying to obtain business from, but there's also folks that you're trying to help, right? There's also that need help. And I've never forgotten that, and I know it's because of how I saw my mother do things. But the way you show up, you have to be consistent.
Yeah, that's so true. And you said one thing that's critical. You said there's been times when you didn't show up with your A game. When you said that, I thought, there's been a few times when I didn't show up with my A game. One time in particular, I showed up for an interview. I didn't even know what I was interviewing for. Somebody just told me, I want you to be here at this place and I want you to do X, Y, and Z. And I did. But because I really didn't know what was going on, I didn't get the opportunity. And I had to go back and I had to self-correct or evaluate. After every situation, I do a SWOT. What did I do right? What was my strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat? And I said, that was your fault, Dominique, because you didn't do your research. You went in there bold saying, okay, they told me to show up. I'm just going to be here and this is who I am. But that wasn't good enough because I didn't know who they were and what they needed. And for our business owners, when you're going to a corporation to provide a service, Devon needs to understand and do his research to find out, what does this company need? What are they lacking? Or what went wrong on the last job that I can correct and really help them to want to hire me? Because they can hire there's 10 different people in line to be hired and everybody can do the job, right? But they need to connect with you and say, well, if Devon does it, he's going to do it this way and he can save me X, or he's going to bring this team, there's a difference in what you bring to the table, right? And that's the part of when you connect, you have to connect properly.
Yes. And build relationships, right?
Oh, we're going to go there.
Because they start at events like the conference, like BOC.
Yes.
places that they don't necessarily have to be in an office, right?
Right.
They start in other places where they give you the benefit of the doubt for you to have that conversation, for you to
Right.
say, hey, tell me a little bit more. Where did we miss the mark, right?
Yeah.
And being able to have that conversation, build those relationships that they're willing to share that candor and have that candor with you. That's part of the growth process.
Yeah, well, let's get ready to end there on relationships, because people
Okay.
don't understand the importance of relationships, right? And I tell people, like, you have your barber's phone number in your phone, you need to have your banker's phone number in your phone, and you need to build relationships with people and understand that it's an equation. You're not just taking, you're giving and taking. You're giving, and don't be ashamed to ask, right? But you have to have a deep enough relationship where that exists. And a lot of people just don't understand the importance. They want to go, like, let's just say you go to a conference, right? And you want to talk to 50 people. You're going to leave and you're not going to know those 50 people, and they're not going to know you. I'd rather spend time talking to 2 people and going really, really deep with those 2 people. And when I leave, they're in my phone. I have a picture of them in my phone. They got a picture of me. I know their birth date, and when I need them, I can call them. I'm texting you at 7 a.m. this morning, right? So you need to talk about I'm like, I hope his wife doesn't say, who's calling him at 7 a.m. this morning? But
it was 6:43, but it's okay.
Okay. Talk about how relationships have helped you to grow your business.
Yeah, I tell my daughter who's in college now, and my son, and anybody that listen, relationships are the greatest currency,
Yes,
in life, right?
Yes.
Not just in business, but when you think like, my daughter was scared to ask a teacher, for a recommendation, and I said, well, what kind of relationship do you have with her? She said, well, I don't really. I said, see, that's why I try to tell you, build relationships, because even if you came to her at the last minute for a recommendation, she's going to do it because there's a relationship there. So even if you call me at 6:43 a.m. this morning, right, because of our relationship, I'm going to say, you know what, Dominique, it's all good.
Right.
But building these things that folks are willing to do for you, right, and you're willing to do for them, it's not transactional.
Right.
That transactional thing does not work. There's a time and a place for it, and it's usually at a cash register. But when you're talking about business and you're talking about friendships and you're talking about building something that's going to last, relationship building is the greatest currency. And I can tell you, it was because of a relationship that I created at Altria, and as I shared with you, that we were able to get this very significant contract, but it took 7 years. It took 7 years, Dominique, to build this relationship to the point where they felt comfortable doing work with us in this manner, to be their only Black managing partner of a public warehouse in the history of their organization. It took 7 years, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, you got to be okay with that, okay? Because it took me 7 years to get one of my clients, right? And I know people who have bid on contracts and they didn't get it, and call the person up and says, I thought you were looking for a minority contractor. What happened? Well, no, they weren't looking for a minority contract. They were looking for a contractor to bring value, right?
Hello.
You didn't get it. So now what are you going to do? How are you going to self-correct? How are you going to go back and figure out what you did wrong or what was missing from that bid and be ready for the next time the bid comes? So it took you 7 years and you were already extremely successful business person. You're wondering, like, I'm already good. Why is it taking them so long to realize I'm good and can hire me, right? But you stayed in there, you stayed the game, and now you have a multi-million-dollar, multi-year contract with one of the largest companies in Virginia, in the world, right? And when she called you, you're like, oh yes, I'll be there. Right? So it's that you built that relationship, but you also knew how to stay for the length of what it took to get that business, and you kept showing up ready, right? So for our listeners, we're gonna go from the end to the beginning. Okay, you show up ready.
Yes.
You build relationships.
Yeah.
You must be intentional in all that you do, where you spend your money, where you save your money, who you spend your time with. You must invest in your business by working on your business and
Yes.
not just in your business. Okay. You got to take time to shut down or either give the reins to somebody else so that they can help. You can go and get the help that you need. Okay. And then you cannot be afraid to ask for help, right?
Right.
Because you built those strong relationships. And you have to show up with that smile, be ready at all times. Even when there's nothing to be ready for, you have to be ready at all times. So, Devon, I thank you. I thank you for being here today. I thank you for pivoting, for answering my call. We'll be laughing about this for a while, but but I appreciate you greatly. To Enola, come on back, Enola.
I'm right here.
Thank
What
you.
a wonderful conversation. Thank you so much. And the insight is perfection, because exactly what you're talking about. You have to be there with your A game. I so agree.
All right. Well, Devon, thank you for being here today. That's a wrap. We are Genius is coming.
Thank you. So I'd like to share with you about the Black Business Network's scholarship. The Black Business Expo's mission to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund and use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for August 2023. And that's a hearty thank you to NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rich Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Malaine Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side. Thank you.
My name is Chef Ashbel McElveen. I'm a culinary historian, a master chef internationally. I've cooked for presidents, potentates, stars, and gangbangers. They're all welcome at my table. I am also the CEO of ashbels.com, offering a line of smoked meats and seafood, and the only company in America that makes jerk chicken available on the internet. I'm also the founder of the James Hemings Society. James Hemings was the first American trained as a chef, and for over 225 years, he's been enslaved to the myth that Thomas Jefferson was America's founding foodie, when in fact, it was James Hemings who actually brought global iconic dishes to America, like macaroni and cheese, firm ice cream, whipped cream, meringues, and creme brulee. But he also introduced the uses of olive oils and mustards and the making of gravies. He created a special fusion of French cooking at the time, which was half Virginian, Southern, and half fine French cooking. He's affected the global food culture because these dishes like macaroni and cheese and French fries are now iconic dishes. and they came from a slave kitchen at Monticello. I was born in South Carolina into a family that thought good food was a birthright. And I am proud that I went to school segregated by law, because it was those dedicated Black teachers who actually prepared me for the world, taught me how to be, and they recognized and encouraged my common genius.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11 I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this, because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
A 10-year-old founder of a company. Meet Carter, ladies and gentlemen.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey. No! Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants.
Okay.
He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby. Just be you. I like it. Introducing the Be You collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
It's time for you to start bossing in social media. For all your social media needs, you've come to the right place at the right time to get your website designed, landing page, social media platforms, and get the training you need to get in front of the people that's ready to buy your products and services. Let me train you with StreamYard, Zoom, Clubhouse, and much more. And let me help you get your virtual professionals, not assistants, because assistants can only assist you, but the virtual professional can give you that professional flavor that you need to expand your reach and increase your revenue. Jump on in and get in where you fit in and start bossing today.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bus by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too. Because genius is common.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919 308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Enolia Foti, founder and CEO of Enolia LLC, Director of Operations for Vision Afrique Development, and CEO of Expressions of Humanity Foundation. I am your business moderator coming from Angola, Africa, for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our keynote speaking is going to be on marketing collaboration. Our second speaker is Renata Brown. Renata Brown, award-winning CEO of Dreamspire TV and Dreamspire Publications. Renata Brown's zeal for the arts and motivational speaking comes from being an artist. She is a publisher of 3 online magazines, Dreamspire TV magazine, an arts and entertainment magazine, and emspire.com, which highlights entrepreneurs, Dreamspire books for authors and motivators. The publications have covered such events as the Stellar Awards, the Black Music Honors, and the NAACP Awards. I present to you Renata Brown. Welcome, Renata.
Good morning. How are you all the way from Angola?
Yes, welcome and thank you. Yes, I am in Luanda, Angola. It's Angola's capital.
That's amazing.
That's amazing. Oh, thank you. Well, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Yes, it is. Hi, I am so excited to be here. I look forward to being here with you every month. But we have a special treat today. So you're not just going to hear me talk about collaboration, but you're going to see collaboration in action because I have a special guest that will be joining us in a few minutes. And I'm excited to bring him with you to talk about the things that he has going on, and we're going to ask him some questions. We're going to get into it with him. Our special guest this morning is Kevin McLemore. He is best known as a motivator, and let me tell you, he is very motivational. He happens to be a master level fitness, a professional award-winning author. He has 2 books out. We'll get into that. He is a social activist, podcast host. Guess what? You will get a chance to see me on his show. So stay tuned for those details as well. A screenwriter. Yes, he has some big screenplays in the working and an entrepreneur. He is constantly reinventing himself and consistently delivering the message to both young and old to believe that everything in life is possible if you have great vision and a willingness to put in the hard work. So we're going to bring Kevin on.
How you doing?
I'm good. So it's deja vu, but now you're on the other side.
Yes, I am. I'd rather be on the other side of the mic, but I am welcome and honored to be on this show. I was blown away with the reach of this show, all the way from Africa to the United States, and then having someone that's so dynamic to do my intro. I'm going to tell you, my resume is pale compared to yours, but I want to thank you, and I want to thank the listeners for tuning in. And hopefully, I can leave them with a little something that will brighten their day.
So modest. I read your all the things that you have going on. So don't let him fool you. He is amazing. He's doing some amazing work, and we're going to interview you in the style that I do. First of all, I want to know, we're talking about collaboration this morning. This is my segment. And we talk a lot about collaboration and the different things that you can do as a collaborator. But you know what? To see collaboration in action, that's what it's all about. So I'm so happy to have you as my guest this morning. And we're just going to get into it. And one of the questions I always ask in our magazine interviews and in our television interviews, how are you changing the world?
Well, my formula is very simple. The same way that I write and create each book. You and I had this conversation. We write with end in mind, and my goal is ultimately is to um, change the mind and the heart of at least one person. I understand that there's 8 billion people on this planet. In the United States, there's 236 million people on here. If I can affect 1% of either one of those numbers, I can change the trajectory of the way we are going forward in life. And I can show people how to get things done. And so, one thing I learned about COVID, one, I prospered during COVID when everyone else was complaining. It gave me the day off in order for me to do it. It's the first time I wrote a book in less than a week. Most of my books have taken a couple of years to do, but I also was able to launch my podcast. And when I realized that at that time, there were only less than 800,000 Black podcasters here in the United States of America. I mean, 800,000 podcasters in general. 2 years later, after going into my second year, it's over 2 million, and less than 1% are melanated podcasters. But when I look at the economy and the direction of way marketing is going, we are the chosen one. I sat in a presentation in the UK when they were talking about invest in America. And at that time, I was one of 1,500 people that was on that podcast at that time. And I got all excited because I just launched my podcast. I just released a book. And he paused for a second and he says, yes. He says, invest in Black. And I got excited again. And he says, because they are consumers. They're not business people. They are consumers. They like shiny things. And at first, I was pissed. And then I said, the reality of it, I said, he's speaking the truth. When I look at the fact that Amazon sales went up when everything else was so starving, Amazon thrived. When they gave out the checks and whatever, big screen TV sales went up. Automobile sales went up. It just kept going and going and going. And then I realized that there were a lot of people that were hustling, teaching people how to podcast. And I had learned the hard way because I got to hustle. It cost me $10,000 in order to learn how to market and podcast from a guy that was a shyster. And I think I told you that story. Neil, you're out there. I won't say your last name, but your name is Neil. But I learned one thing is that anytime anyone knocks you down, my grandfather said this 100 times. He said, get up once, get up twice. They knock you down again. He said, get up 8 times. And he said, after 10 times, he said, duck. He said, because now it's time to take action. And so I started to develop my skills as a podcaster, as an interviewer. Most people talk about their first 10, 15 podcast interviews are crap. My first 16 were perfect. My 17th, I interviewed an 8-year-old child that was supposed to be a motivational speaker and whatever, and she went silent on me. I had nothing to do. And I realized that. But after talking to other people saying, how did I do this? How was I measuring my success? And I looked at the fact that one of the most successful YouTubers was a guy by the name of Kevin Carmichael. I think Evan Carmichael. And I realized his first year, he only had 68 subscribers. All right. Within the first 3 months, I had 68 subscribers. He had 2 years to get that. So I said, I'm on the right path. And then when I started talking to people and so forth, I formed a company called RMK Productions and the 10 United Podcast Network. And the reason why I did that is because I had a following that to this date is about 3,500 people that are subscribers and about 10,000 listeners. So when you are launching your podcast or any business, what happens is you are launching into an abyss. You don't have a customer. As much as people say, you know, who's your customer, whatever, you don't know who your customer is until they come and buy your product. And then you start to build your business around that customer and that customer base on who's responding to however you're marketing. So I always talk about it within my company, RMK Productions, that we are building a plane while flying. I don't know all the answers, but I do know that I've studied human behavior. I've been in this business of marketing and selling myself for over 40 plus years, and I've been very successful at every single aspect that I had in my life. And so collaboration is king. You cannot do this life alone, and there's no such thing as a self-made millionaire that you come from a millionaire family. Every single person that I've ever spoken to, interviewed, book that I've read, and whatever, we have the same story. And the only thing that's different from my story to anybody else is location, the cast of characters, and your reaction to your own personal situation.
I mean, wow. Okay, that was a meal. that was that was a lot of information. I love it all. I love the statistics. I didn't even know it. Sometimes we enter into a field and we feel like everyone else is doing it and everyone else is there. But as Black people, we are always sometimes pioneering those fields, and there is a need for our voice. So you think of out of 800,000 and the small percentage that are Black podcasters, then we have a lot to say. And there's a platform, podcasting. One thing that's interesting to me about podcasting is the ebb and flow. It started out, I remember almost 15 years ago, podcasting, it was kind of popular, and then it went into everybody was streaming, then it came back out. But podcasting has always been that platform to get your voice out, to be heard and to be seen, and really to have excellence in what you do. And I love the fact that you touched on numbers. I'm a numbers person, and not maybe the way people think about numbers. Numbers are a barometer, but having a purpose and knowing where you're going and knowing that it is more important to impact than to have a million people. I think of the story, and you probably heard the story about the girl who got the t-shirt deal, right? And with the t-shirt deal, she had 1 million followers, and the t-shirt company approached her and said, all you need to do is sell 10 t-shirts in this amount of time, and you will get this deal. Now, here's somebody with 1 million followers. She could not sell the t-shirts because she didn't have an engaged audience. And so sometimes we're so hung up on the numbers when we need to be hung up on engagement and touching. And I can tell by your passion that you're changing the world. You are changing the world by what you do. And I know we talk. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say the funny thing about what the example you gave about the girl selling, trying to sell 10 T-shirts in order to get a deal. What happens is when we're presented with a option, we focus on the wrong option. We all have choices and whatever. And believe it or not, to get any deal, hold up your hands. You got 10 fingers. God has already given you the tools. You know, I would say to anyone, if you've got 500,000, 500 followers or subscribers, you don't need 100,000 people in order to make your business work, because you've got 500 opportunities. And in order to create a product or create a system, create a workshop, create a coaching seminar to 500 people that have already committed to you. If you listen to the end of my podcast, I always say that I'm not looking for big numbers. Where did I go? I'm not looking for big numbers. I am looking for people that have a higher call to action, people that will support you. So the first thing is I tell people the power of 10. All right. If you go through and you have a product and you have 10 people that are loyal to you, you call your friends and says, basically, do me a favor. For the next 30 days, all right, reach out to 10 of your friends and ask 10 of your friends to buy this product. All right. It could be a $19 item. Buy the t-shirt and whatever the case may be. And then go on to social media and say 10 of your friends have done that. And say within the next 30 days, have 10 of your friends do that over and over again. At the end of 30 days, the average person will have more than $35 to $75,000, depending on the commitment level of their friends. You never have to worry about monetizing a product. You just have to create a product that someone within your circle finds value in, and that could be your conversation. That could be a product that you created. That could be a destination that you're going to. But just remember, you've got to supply value to the people that support you. You've already got a network. You don't need millions. Believe it or not, when you have hundreds of thousands of people following you, that's a mob. That's not a business.
I love it. I love it. Definitely the power of 10. So you're dropping the gems this morning. Definitely. I'm going to look for my 10 people. I might have a little bit more than 10, but I'm definitely going to look for my 10 people. Thank you for that gem. Now we're going to get into what makes Kevin. What was the early childhood experience where you learned you had power? From the beginning, where's the first time that you thought, hey, I have power, I can change the world?
All right. Well, from the first time that I thought I had power, I didn't know I had power. I was 8, maybe 9 years old. I woke up just like any other 8-year-old. I had breakfast with my family at that time. I had 7 siblings at that time. I lived a block away from McNary Elementary School. I had walked there across the street to the crossing guard, and I was a little bit of a problem child. I was creative, if I was to say that. I spent most of my time not in the classroom, but probably in the principal's office. But anyway, the day that changed my life was the day that I came home. I exited school at 3:45 p.m. I walked in, put the key in the door, opened the door, and my life had changed. My mother had relocated to Beverly Hills 9021, and we were living in Dayton, Ohio. And she took the pastor of our church with her. Left my father with not only his children, biological, but 3 kids that he had married in and he had raised his own. Now, my father had a couple choices, and I love my dad, so don't get me wrong. This is not a negative, but he had a better relationship with the bottle than he had with his mortgage company. And systematically, he found a way in order to sever that relationship. And we ended up moving in to his childhood home, my grandparents, and they raised me. So one thing that I say about life, when you talk about your options, your choices, everyone is only limited on their loyalties and their commitment to how many options they have. So you have 2 choices in life, and this will follow no matter what level you're on: chance and choice. I had an option to go ahead and suffer the fact that I felt abandoned. I was ashamed of being poor, living in there. I was ashamed that every single time I listened to the news, the statistics show that, I was behind the 8 ball just because of the color of my skin. And I was ashamed to have the conversation that, I came from a broken home. I didn't come from a broken home. I had my grandmother and grandpa. I had a house, a roof. I had food on the table. And the way that I coped with that loss is like with anybody else. I was angry at first, and then I was depressed. I made excuses, and then I stopped making excuses. I decided in the 3rd grade that if I was going to have a chance to have control over my life, and when I got control over my life, I was going to take over the world. And everything I learned about life, I learned within the system of playing high school football. And if I told you how I got involved in that, you have to read the first 2 chapters of my book to find that out. But that's when I found out I had power. You don't have to be an adult to own your own story. You don't have to be a newborn to say that you're going to change the world. The key thing is you need to say it to the right person that matters. And I've got a strong commitment to my faith. At every single turning point in my life, good or bad, if I asked God to reach out and help me, sometimes he let me fend for myself, and other times he gave me a stepladder and says, go to the top of the rim. But you've got to believe in something. If it's God or whatever the case may be, you got to believe in something. And my belief system of saying I was going to be more today than I was yesterday, it's been the thing that's kept me going every single day. And the fact that I was taught service early on, I'm always giving back. And my grandfather said, and I told you this yesterday, when you get to a point in life, you can help someone else, it is your duty to do so. Reach one, teach one, as my grandfather used to say. But he also added, he said he doesn't mind giving you a hand. He's just not going to haul you around for the rest of your life. So I always tell people that I'm helping. When I tell you getting heavy, that's when I'm about to let you go.
That's a great that's a very touching story. And because you could have used that, as you say, as a crutch, but you use that as a step to move on and really take advantage of the let me slow down, to take advantage of the nurturing of grandparents. And the grandparents are amazing. I spent some time with my grandparents after my parents divorced, so I know that having that root and having that system. And we did talk about yesterday the importance of faith and believing and trusting that there's something better out there for you, and that you, okay, we can talk about the book a little bit, about, we want to let people know that you do have a book coming in. You do have a book out. And let's share a little bit about the book, since you got a little bit into the book. And you wrote, now, was this the book you wrote during the pandemic, or is this another book?
This is one of the books I wrote during the pandemic. The book that I wrote in one week was answering the question, how do you write a book? And I wrote that in 1 week after doing X's and O's. Let me tell you how X's and O's came about. I have been journaling, and I advise this to anyone to write things down, because it becomes reality once it's on a piece of paper. I have been journaling since 1973 as a child. That was my therapy. Black people, we can't afford a shrink or whatever. Our shrink is normally the neighbor's dog, or whatever the case may be. Anyone that will listen to us and either agree with us or set us straight. But in March 1st was the last entry of my journal, 2018. March 2nd, I came to work. I work at a very high-end health club. It's not a gym, it's a destination here in Philadelphia. And I'm always going 100 miles an hour, doing things. I'm always looking out for the next pothole, another opportunity, whatever. And I'm a neat freak. So someone had left several plates out on the floor, and I was training an older client. I went to put a plate away in between the sets, went back, and it failed to realize the person behind me had set up a weight to do squats. So when I put the weight away, went to turn to my client, they were descending, and it crushed my skull, gave me a concussion. For 2 weeks, I didn't know who my own family was, didn't even know my own name. So after second week, with any injury, people going about their life and fend for themselves. I went into my office, opened up the computer that I'm talking on right now, and normally I'd have to enter my password. And this is when I say that, God sends you messages. When I opened up the computer, I didn't even remember if I had a password. All I know is the first document says Kevin Stuff. Then when I opened up clicked on the icon, it said everything I need to learn about life. I learned playing high school football, and I started to read it. I read the manuscript from cover to cover. I went back to my better half and I said, can you tell me who wrote this? And she goes, something wrong with you? And I said, no. I said, this right here inspired me to fight this concussion. So they labeled this a traumatic brain injury. It made me cry and it made me laugh. And she goes, you wrote this. I said, I wrote this. Every single thing that was important to me in my life, I had journaled, and had started before my concussion, had transported to a manuscript that became the indispensable games of X's and O's, how I learned everything in life. I learned playing high school football. And that's how the story began, and that's the way that book Sprinkles the True Spirit of Christmas is an award-winning book. And each of my books has a theme. Sprinkles ties into being kind. It's uniting people. It's getting people, no matter what you look like, no matter where you come from, and no matter what religion, it's all about being kind. And the Spirit of Christmas is not about giving gifts, giving whatever. It's a great book. You've got to read it. Hallmark is interested in making that into a movie. Indispensable Games was my story. And the first thing that happens in your life, you have to come to truth with owning your own story. And when you get a chance to take control of your story, you have an opportunity to write your story. And just like film, you have an opportunity to write the best comedy, dramedy, horror movie, all right, or the best love story that's ever been written. You have that power when you take control of your own life. No one dictates to me my possibilities. I create my own possibilities, my own opportunities. So, that's the way that X's and O's goes. And football, the stories I tell you about football applies to every aspect of life, no matter what your gender is and so forth. It applies. Take out the football and talk about hair. Take out the word football, talk about your relationship. Take out football and understand the corporate structure and how to motivate and keep retention with people. You know, if everyone took 3 or 4 of the things that you learn in playing organized sports, life would be better, sports would be better, your work will be better, and those that are professional risk takers like you and I, we will be better.
I love that story for sure. And we can learn a lot. I think athletics are very important, but it's the strategies behind the athletics. I can relate so much to your story for sure. I had a concussion once upon a time, and I know it is no fun thing to have a concussion.
No.
I remember I was driving down the road and I did not know where I was. I had to learn things like washing clothes again. So to come back from a traumatic brain injury and it's almost like you rediscovered yourself. And there is a scripture. All things are working for our good. And sometimes I have to remind myself of that everything is always working out for me. Everything is always working out for my good. So you took a situation where people could have been frustrated or where they could have just given up, but you took that and you turned it around. And not only did you rediscover your story, but you took that story and put it out into the world. Where we met is on an app on Clubhouse.
Right.
And in Clubhouse, I do a room every Wednesday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we talk about what it takes to write a book. Everyone has a story, but you have to learn how to write your story. And you have to really think about what you want your story to accomplish. And you have taken your story and you have weaved it in such a way that people can be help, people can be healed, and people can have strategy. So our theme on today is all about collaboration and all about working together, helping each other. And a lot of times people write books and they don't write them with the audience or the mission in mind. And so they don't do the work. But I can see that your book definitely will do the work, because that's what we're there, not just to get our story out, but to impact people, to motivate people, to get people to go to that next level. That's why we're here today on the Black Business Network, to talk about these things and to see that all of us, the one thing I love about authors and being an author is you get to use your voice to impact the world. And definitely through your books, you are using your voice to impact the world. You are making a difference and sharing opportunities and giving people strategy. I know when we talked yesterday, I am absolutely not a gatekeeper. If I know it, you can know it. And you definitely have that kindred spirit that if you know it, people can know it. And that's one of the keys to collaborating. I'm all about let's throw the keys away. Let's not gatekeep, but let's welcome people in, because that's how we're going to rise and that's how we're going to make a difference. And everything doesn't always have to have a price tag associated with it. Yes, we want to be paid. We got to live like everyone else, but I love what you're doing, and definitely people should check out your book. So we talked about a lot of things in a little bit of time, but what's one thing, just by looking at you, because you're all put together and you do all the things that you do, but what is one thing that just by looking at you, or even by knowing you a little bit, that people would never guess and that could be anything. It could be in business, personal, whatever, that they would never guess about you?
Well, it's funny. I just signed with a couple of weeks ago with the agent um, that represents a couple Hollywood celebrities. I love Tyler Perry, so we have a connection there. I don't have to say what, and I know you're a fan and love Michael B. Jordan, but the one thing that people I don't know what people are surprised. I was called a polymath the other day, and I've had always been confused because I was able to draw. I was always an above average, borderline elite athlete. I was also a social person. I was always one of the people that got involved in something. I boycotted my college at Central State University in order to have safer living conditions as a freshman. I've always been the voice, and I've always been that person that stood up for someone that couldn't stand for themselves. But outside of, I'm trying to think, I'm not going to even say that. Singing. I love singing. I grew up in a neighborhood where Ohio players, I can, go to my porch and see into the garage that they were playing. My neighbors, Thomas and William Shelby, was part of Dynasty with Howard Hewitt, and Lakeside around the corner with Roger Troutman. I've been in the company and sung with the stylistics, playing in the background and whatever. Opened up with my little group, Peebo Bryson and whatever. So I would say singing and my artwork are the two things that the average person would say they didn't know about me. And there's probably a couple other things that, that I have done that I don't make public. My youngest son, we did an interview when I first started my podcast, Talking Wit, WIT, Kevin and Son. We were being interviewed by someone from the UK, and I downplayed what I have done in my life. And my son just said, "Dad, Dad, Dad," and he said it the same way my coaches did it. Like I didn't hear it the first two times. He said, "You need to stop." He says, "Your failures are most people's dreams, and you keep downplaying your success." And as an athlete, I was always taught to be humble. Don't be a showboat and whatever the case may be, because you're a part of the team and you're only as strong as the weakest link on the team. So you had to be strong and hold people together. And then I started to realize as I started to mature in age that these were part of my gifts that God gave me. And I realized that if you don't exercise and use those gifts, God takes them away. All right. We are only renting space in this lifetime. But I plan on, when you talk about, you see those things about impressions in the sand, I not only leave an impression in the sand when I walk on the beach, I actually create a trail, a pathway for other people to follow to create their own impressions. So the biggest thing that I've got going for me that people don't know is that I wear my heart on my sleeve and I care. And I don't do what I do for profit, but I'm not allergic to being compensated for my time and my effort. But, the gift that I have is that I touch people in a way that when I meet you, if you're walking, you're limping, when I get done with you, you can fly.
I love that, all of that. So singing and artwork, definitely creative. You and Dr. Kelly should definitely have a conversation. He's a very accomplished artist himself. That people may not know that. But singing, yes. And I know we share that, a love of singing. I've been singing since forever, since I was 4 years old. And a lot of people don't know that about me either, for sure. I had a chance to interview, oh gosh, it was one of the first persons, not Howard Hewitt. So
Howard
yes.
Hewitt. Yeah.
Yes, if you go to our website, Dreamspire TV, you'll see that interview with Howard Hewitt. I think it's about a couple of years ago. So that's awesome to do that. Right now, I'll probably just sing around the house and don't really get out there. And I know when we spoke, you talked about your vision. I don't call dreams are awesome and you should take the time to dream. But vision is when you put that to work and you put that in place. And I know you were speaking about having an a cappella show and with poetry. So visions come to pass. So I'm looking forward to that coming to pass. Wow, this time has really gone by so quickly. Um, and I don't want to miss, we have a couple more questions, and then we're going to let people know where they can reach you and how they can connect with you. But one of the things that I wanted to ask, and let me get this back up here. Well, it's two questions, so I'm gonna just kind of put them together. Um, what is the greatest piece of advice you've ever received, and who was the most inspiring person, whether they're here or whether they're not here anymore? And then we're going to do the wrap up and find out what you got going on next.
There's not one person that I can say that will give credit. You talk about collaboration. Coach Russo saved my butt. Because when you read my book, I lied to my father about being on the football team. I had survived 2 weeks of going to football practice, but never hit a pad, never even got dirty, did not even know anything about the game of football. And my father and his father, two things that weren't allowed in the house: liars, thieves, and capital punishment. So I won't go into capital punishment. But when my father decided to take off from his third shift job and take me to football practice because he wanted to watch his son play, I was not aware that his co-partner, his best friend, Big John Williams, his son was the starting center in the varsity squad of that football team that I was supposed to be on. And when I asked Coach Russo that I had lied to my dad and told him I was part of the team, Coach Russo looked up at my dad and they connected in eyes. And my Coach Russo said, "Go over there, join the team." I never tried out, just put me on the squad. Coach Russo, you'll see that interview about giving back. I gave him his roses because I said I wanted to make sure that I spoke to him before the casket, and I wanted him to know. I wanted his grandkids to know. But I had an Uncle Bill that kept me on point. I had a cousin, Ronnie, that showed me hard work. My grandfather was a constant reader. I did not like reading at that time, but until I found a book that I loved reading, my passion for reading became that much better. Um, so, there were many people along the lines, but I tell a story, and we don't have time to do this. But one of the people that inspired me and that made me understand the power of my words was an 8-year-old child. An 8-year-old child told me how important words were. And so I always say, be cautious of what you say to someone because words can either build or they can destroy. And when I tell you the story at another time, and you'll read this about the story of Kelly, you'll be surprised on how um, strong words are. And the other gift that I have that I learned in the one lesson is grace. A lot of us walk through life talking about what happened to them and what's not or whatever. We lost this person, whatever, and they become stumbling blocks, obstacles. We keep building walls in front of us that we can't get over. We can't get around. We can't get under. Um, I told people for years that my mother had passed away. And at that time, people didn't ask you the details of what happened. They just knew you were grieving and they allowed you to have your moment. At 35 years of age, I had become engaged and had to tell my wife at that time because my mother showed up out of nowhere. She was born again and I told her that I had lied to her. And like I said, two things my family didn't like: liars and thieves. That was my coping skill in order for me to survive. Later in years after I had my children and my father had passed away, I had not had any relationship with my mother. My sisters and brothers did. I did not, because in my mind she was dead. I was a grown up. I didn't need a mom. But my kids had every right to know who their grandparents were. And at that time, I had a conversation with her. As long as we didn't go down memory lane, because it was painful for me, and as long as she treated my kids well, we can have this conversation. And when my back was against the wall, my marriage was falling apart, I called and asked for my mom. And in the back of my mind, I'd always wished when I was playing football that I can be on camera and wave up and say, "Hi, Mom." I never had that moment. So all of those moments in my successes, when I needed a mom, she wasn't there. But all of a sudden, when my world was falling apart, I reached out to my mom and we had a conversation. She gave me some good advice and it was very painful. But the one thing is that I used to call my mom every Sunday and just small talk. And at the end of the conversation, she would say she loved me. So when I came home and spoke to my wife at that time, because I had made up my mind that I was going to break up the relationship because something she had done, I had told her I spoke to my mom. It happened to be a Saturday. And she goes, why you talk to your mom? You call on Sundays. I said, I got to be honest with you. I was torn between staying in this relationship or getting out of it. And I talked to my mom. She gave me some advice and whatever. And I said, but something strange happened in that conversation. And she says, what? She said, I said to her, I said, my mom says she loved me. And she goes, she always says she loves you. And I said, yeah. I said, but I said, I love her. And she goes, what's so special about it? And I said, I meant it. And since that day, I let go of all the anger that I was carrying around. And when I tell people this story, I'm going, there's something that you're allowing to hold you back, to stop you from being as great as you need to be, because you're looking back over your shoulder and it's holding you back. And every track star knows if you slow down and you look back, you can't run at full speed. In order for me to go ahead in my life, I discovered grace. God forgave someone that stuck a spear in his rib. Who am I to be greater than God?
I'm just going to let that marinate for a minute. Definitely, we are all a product of grace, and to live our life graciously. That is definitely one of the keys. Okay, we see our host. Before
I just want to say thank you. Yeah, that was a wonderful story.
Kevin a chance to tell what people can reach.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You can reach me at www.rmkproduction.org or email me at info@rmkproduction.org. All right. Or Facebook or anything like that. Just look Kevin McLemore. And all my books are on Amazon. So if you Google books by Kevin McLemore, McLemore, it's not like the singer Macklemore. He doesn't know how to spell his name, but I'll teach him one day. That's how you can reach me. And thank you both for this honor and this privilege. And hopefully I left a little bit on the plate. For someone to make a difference in their own life.
I just want to say thank you to both of you for your contribution, your gifts, and to make humanity a better place, because that is the gift, is that you're both present and you're both here. Thank you so much for that wonderful story. Thank you, Renata.
Thank you.
The Black Business Expo's mission to raise funds for high school seniors going to college and K through 12 entrepreneurs. We would like to raise and promote that scholarship fund. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may want to go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for August 2023. That includes a hearty thank you to NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ridge Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Malaine Shawnee Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwomen Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and last but not least, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, and look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. we'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I'm Kennedy Harris. My genius is being an entrepreneur. I'm the CEO of K-Lock, a company where I develop my very own line of kids supplements. I currently market my multivitamin for kids to help combat weak immunity. During the pandemic, research has shown that having a strong immune system is key to fighting off disease. My vitamins are for kids, but adults can benefit from them as well. I'm adding a proprietary blend to my supplement line. I want to create my own blend so that I have a competitive edge in the marketplace. Staying healthy is important to me so that we live longer and have healthier lives. My website is klockproducts.com. That is K-L-O-C-K. Genius is common.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Business leaders, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, and welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Enolia Foti, founder and CEO of Enolia LLC, Director of Operations for Vision Afrique Development, and CEO of Expressions of Humanity Foundation. I am your business moderator from Angola, Africa, for you this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its businesses, knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our keynote speaking is going to be on mastering the art of communication. Our speaker, author, trainer, and networking coach, Tandra Price, has over 15 years of experience as a network marketer and sales professional. Tandra created her next ventures, coaching and creating an empowerment movement for women in business and those aspiring. This concept quickly became successful, which led Tandra to create Conversation Over Coffee and Unconnected, a platform which assists women in tapping into their power of networking and teaching them how to leverage different multi-level marketing resources and strategies to create generational wealth. I present to you Tandra Price. Welcome, Tandra.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for that amazing introduction.
Thank you so much. And genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Yes. Hello, hello, everyone. Thank you again. I am so excited to be here. Again, my name is Dr. Tandra Price. I am an international speaker, accomplished two-time best-selling author. I'm an expert as a network strategist. I'm the proud owner and editor-chief and publisher of Tapped In magazine, a widely recognized global publication. Our magazine actually has 4 editions. It has one for women, men, speakers, authors, and coaches. Tapped In magazine solves all the problems in making it easier for entrepreneurs to spread their message, expand their network, and reach a broader audience that will generate more leads and appointments for them. So today I'm going to be talking to you about mastering the art of communication. And I'm going to really be sharing with you really 5 components of how do we really master the art of communication. The first thing we're going to talk about is when is the best way to start a conversation, or how is the best way to start a conversation. Secondly, we're going to be talking about when is the best time to network. Third, we actually have to have a plan when it comes to networking. And 4, how do you incorporate LinkedIn into the conversation? And 5, we're going to talk about how Tapped In magazine can help you really master the art of communication. So today, you know what? It's really a widely thing that we do all the time. It's always on autopilot, and we really kind of don't really know. But a lot of times there are so many people that are engaging every day in having effective conversations. I mean, these are some techniques that we do all the time, and we really don't even realize that we're doing them. but we do them. So I'm going to be sharing with you some techniques that we use that have been proven to be effectively in our conversations, and how we actually, carry out a conversation and engage with other people in conversation. You probably don't really realize that probably around you that there's approximately a conversation that's happening every 2 minutes. Somewhere someone is engaging, and probably in fact, most people use 50% of the world use a different type of form or platform actually to communicate. And I'm really going to kind of take a deep dive into those platforms that people are using to have communications. Remember, I said there's approximately 2 minutes. There's a conversation happening somewhere. So let's take a little look at how some of these popular platforms are working for people that are around the world. So we either have Facebook. A lot of people generate conversations through our Facebook, via the phone, via video chat, messaging app. A lot of corporations use team chats to kind of communicate within their organization. Instagram is really another popular way that people are using communication. We have Twitter, we have Skype, we have Google Meet, we have Zoom. Of course, we have StreamYard. We even have Slack and WhatsApp. A lot of people don't really understand that WhatsApp is another really great way to get your message or start a communication, especially if you're trying to do international conversation. But people are constantly seeking ways to effectively convey their message and get it out faster and effectively. So it gives you the ability to express ourselves clearly, but it helps you to establish a meaningful connection. And a lot of these different platforms, because it's such a widely contact or form of how we could do it, it makes it so much easier. See, we used to do what we call go to a restaurant or go to a morning coffee shop, and we would sit down and have coffee and try to be able to connect with someone. But in those particular platforms, we could do it so much easier, so much quicker, so much faster. So I'm going to give you 8 ways of how really to start a conversation. Again, these ways, techniques have been proven to be very highly effective. And when I kind of actually share them with you, you're going to be like, oh my God, I do that already. I mean, I'm doing that, and you really don't even know that you're doing it. So the first way we're going to talk about is introducing yourself. So what we want to do when we're talking about introducing ourselves is either a hi, hello. If you're at a formal event, just give a firm handshake, just to let them know that who you are and what you do. You don't really have to go into a whole lot, but just your presence, your body disposition, and how you actually present yourself is another way of really effectively starting a conversation. 2, we always want to ask questions. Engage with the other person by asking questions. That would prompt immediate response. A lot of times when we get into different networking events, whether they're in person or virtually, we kind of don't want to ask questions, but we want to get a response. We want to get a response from the person that we're talking to. That's a part of engaging. That's how we kind of keep the conversation going. And 3, always seek advice. People like to be very helpful. So you want to tap into that by asking advice or questions or their opinions on specific matters. I mean, talk about things that are relevant to where you're at in your environment. Think about that. Let's take a look at where we're at in our environment, how we can kind of really drum up a question. But ask the question. Be specific. Let the person that you're actually trying to connect with be helpful to you. Let them feel like they're helpful to you. 4th, always do a compliment. You can never go wrong with doing a compliment. I think compliments is kind of like an icebreaker. When you actually are starting a conversation, if you could just do a compliment, it kind of breaks the ice. It kind of smooths things out. It kind of lets each one of us know, hey, okay, well, you see something already interesting in me. And it makes it really nice. Because a lot of times when you go up to someone, especially whether you're at a networking event or in person, it's kind of hard to kind of really start that question, especially if you're an introvert, you don't really know what to say. But if you're complimenting someone, I always say, if you're an introvert and you go into a room, wear bright colors, because they're going to compliment you on your colors, and it's going to start a conversation. So you don't really have to be the one to initiate that conversation. 5, make an observation. Look at your observation around you. Look at the area around you. See what's going on. Again, if you're in person or if you're in a virtual setting, if you're in person, look and see what everyone's doing, the conversation, the move, get the vibe of what's going on. And you can make an observation, and then you can start a conversation with that. hey man, it's really loud in here, or everyone seems like they're having a great time in here. You're looking at the environment that you're in. If you're on video Zoom, you can look at the different people's background. If they're playing music when they're coming in, if they are, you can kind of start snapping your fingers, kind of getting into the groove and the vibes. But you can start a conversation by following the observations around you. In 6, humor is always a great way. I mean, I like to always kind of, sometimes if I'm with someone, instead of always trying to go into a serious matter, I always trying to maybe break out with something that can make myself and the other person laugh. It's an easy way to start a conversation. Just think about, if you're in the environment, think of something funny that relates. Okay, now it has to relate to that environment, but think about something that could be of humor to you. Again, it's kind of another icebreaker. Like people love to laugh because we want them to be happy. You want to be happy. You want to show that, hey, I'm a type of person that you can really connect with very easily. 7 is always share a personal story. Capturing a story is so important. When someone can sit there and have a conversation with you and they start telling you about a particular story, whether, it's something related to their business or something that they've experienced, it's the way that you can actually connect with that person. You can listen, you can find so much more out about a person when they tell a story, because it's kind of opening up the gates for you, because it kind of lets you know how you can be of service to them, what you can help them with. And when they tell those stories, try to find something within the story, by us making sure that we listen, that you can relate into your business or someone that you know who's went through that similar situation. A lot of times I say, if you don't have a story, borrow someone else's story. You can always borrow someone else's story. You don't have to make it your story, but borrow someone else's story, because people love to share stories. Stories just a way, I think, really finding a way to connect with people. And the last thing we want to talk about in the 8 ways of starting a conversation is show genuine interest. A lot of times when people come to you and they start talking and, they're trying to really connect with you, they're trying to get engaged with you. But sometimes we have to make sure that we're listening. We're doing active listening, because if that person can truly be the person that could take you to the next level in your business, you want to make sure that you're remembering something out of those 8 ways of starting a conversation. Whether you're nodding your head or just saying, but you're showing them that you're listening. Or even, guess what? Even in the conversation, pick 1 or 2 things out that they said that you can kind of fall back on. So they'll be like, oh my gosh, they were really listening to me. The second thing I want to talk about is, I always get this question: when is the best time to network? When is really the best time to network? People ask me that all the time, because you know what? They call me the networking ninja. They always say, when do you network, Tandra? I see you on your TikToks and I see you on your Instagram, but when is really the best time to network? The best time to network is right now. I think anytime that you wake up in the morning and you start a conversation, you're actually networking, because you don't really know where that conversation is going to take you. But see, networking is actually a long-term process. See, you're building relationships. It's not a short-term process. See, when you meet somebody for the very first time, so you got to let it marinate a little bit, right? You got to let it marinate, because you got to get to know the person. Like this is when you're cooking, you add certain different ingredients to your cooking. It's the same way with networking. It's a long process. You're building relationships that you hope that will continue for a long time. See, but when you're actually networking, you become a walking billboard for the other person, or because really networking is not for you, it's for the other person. You have to include it in your everyday routine. You cannot not network, because a lot of times when we start our business, we do all kind of multiple different things. But one thing we forget is that, guess what? We got to start talking to people, and we can't always just keep talking to our immediate circle. We have to jump outside of that circle. Okay, we have to jump outside of the circle that we're in. We can't keep continually to talk with inside that circle. But let me tell you one thing I love about networking, the benefits that network brings for you. It helps you to increase your visibility and your credibility. See, when you start networking, you become, again, like that walking billboard. People get to know who you are in the industry. They get to know what you do. You're allowing others to become familiar with you and your expertise. See, if you're always around, especially at different networking events, people are going to remember you. They're going to be like, oh, I remember her. Oh, she has that magazine. Oh, she has that tattoo magazine. Oh, Lord, I would love to be on the front cover of that magazine. But it's building credibility too, because see, you're in for the long haul, not the short term, because there's so many businesses that come in and out. But the more that you show up, the more that you put yourself out there, the more it shows that you are visible, that you're credible. Because if you're not showing yourself, if you're not as visible to your target audience, they're going to start doing business with people who do the same business as you, but are more visible. So it's the benefits of networking. It's to be visible. It helps you get credible, but it helps you to do opportunities and collaboration. Just think, through networking, you get to connect with like-minded people, and it can open so many doors for you. You can leverage the strengths of others, and you can create beautiful opportunities. You can do a lot of different things with networking. Just think, if you go to a networking event, you're actually networking with other like-minded people who are looking to do business, who are looking to do something, maybe some decision makers on there, whether you're doing it in person or in virtually. Let me tell you, I made the best contact just being at a gas station, networking, starting those 8 ways of conversation, open up the door to an amazing contact that is leading to different opportunities. So you have to be able to, again, when I said when you wake up in the morning, you start talking, you're networking. I like to change networking to conversation, if that's okay, because we're all just having a conversation. But it leads to opportunities and collaboration. It helps you build brand awareness. Building relationships through networking allows you to promote your brand to a bigger and wider audience. A lot of times, I go into networking events, I'll have my magazines with me. And sometimes I'll lay them out at the table, and they'll be like, oh my God, these are some amazing magazines. Oh, I know that person. Oh my God, here, read their article. They have something really amazing to say of how they started their business. I'm building brand awareness. And then the last thing that networking does, it helps you build business partnerships. See, networking allows you to identify people and partnerships. See, through, again, networking, conferences, online communications, you can establish connections with individuals or organizations that align with your goals and values. So we got to make sure that when we're talking about networking, look at the benefits of what networking can do. The main benefit networking can do for you is bring you money. It can give you residual income, current income. I call it the ATM, ching, ching, because there's something that always can be generated out of networking. You have to think of, when you say networking, generating, that's networking, that's income. So let's kind of think about what we're doing when it comes time to network. Remember, it is a long process. You have to let it marinate. Think about networking. Conversation is building relationships. Don't go into it thinking that, okay, I'm going to go to this amazing event, I'm going to pass out my business cards, and then boom, somebody's always going to do business with me. But see, one thing that a lot of people do when it comes to mastering the art of communication is they don't have a plan. You got to have a plan. Like, we wake up in the morning with a plan. We have a plan of who we're going to talk to, what we're going to put on, where we're going, what we're doing. You have to have a plan. And it's the same way when it comes to networking, communication. You got to have a plan. But let's, for the sake of it, talk about when you're going to a networking event. What's your plan when you go to a networking event? The first thing should be the research. We need to do research when we're going to any type of networking event. Why? Because it's so important. We want to make sure that we're not wasting our time at events that we're not supposed to be at. So do some research. Find out how many times this event has been taking place. Find out who's the hosts and co-hosts are. Take some time, because you don't want to waste your time. That's the whole part of research. Avoid wasting time, because what happens is we always get offered to go to so many different events, but sometimes our target audience is not even at that event. But we went there, and once we got there, we wasted so much time because we weren't really able to really connect with people that was a part of what we were looking to do. So make sure that you do research. 2, again, explore the co-hosts and hosts. By finding this information out, you can see who their followers are, who follows them. Okay, that's a really important part when you want to research the co-hosts and the hosts. Who follows them? Who are their clientele? What kind of business do they do? Is that in alignment with what I'm doing, or the people that I'm trying to connect with? It can help you establish so much by finding out who their followers are, who their influential leaders are. You can find out so much. And also, it kind of ties into the event, because if you have an amazing co-host and a host that's hosting an event, you know who's going to be there. You know what type of event this is. Okay. Join their Facebook group. Just about every group or every conference has a Facebook group. Okay. Join that Facebook group. You know why? Because the reason why they're wanting to set the pace already. One, they're doing it to make sure that they can collect leads throughout the process, but one, they're doing it to open up the communication. Here's what I say: when you go to a networking event, prepare to find or connect with at least 5 or 6 people. But see, if you join their Facebook group and you start connecting with inside of that group, people who are joining the group, I mean, just click on their name. Hey, I'm so excited, to be a part of this community. I'm looking forward to going to the network event, or even if it's virtual. Hey, I'm so excited to be a part of this community. It looks like they're doing some amazing things. Love to jump on a quick call with you. I mean, find a way to connect with them or to some of the people that are going to be there. Now, if you're going in person and you've connected with them on Facebook, let me tell you, that's the best thing ever. I call it, that's like the icing on the cake, because now you get to see their face. Okay. So now you've already had a conversation with them. You've already broke the ice coming out of those 8 conversations. Remember the 8 conversation tips? You've already kind of broken the ice, because now when you go into the room, you don't have to feel like you're kind of by yourself, because you've already had this conversation. They're going to be there. You're going to meet each other. And now you can have a more in-depth conversation. So that's why I say always join the Facebook groups. Always join the Facebook groups, because it helps you, especially if you're introvert and don't like talking to people. But if you're talking to them already, it makes it easier. It makes it, when you walk into the room, that it's okay. Because see, I always say when you go to a networking event in person, do a 360 panoramic view of the room. But if you can find the ideal person that you've been talking with and you've already been connected with, it makes it even perfect. Make sure you prepare for your introduction. Remember, we're not pitching. We're having a conversation. We're finding something that we can make ourselves more memorable to each other, make it more an impression. And the last thing you want to do is go in there pitching, because that's going to be a turnoff. People, when they go to networking events, they're not really selling. They're trying to build relationships. So we have to remember that. Again, connect with 5 people. That's a part of your plan. Again, I kind of gave you away already through the Facebook connection. Make 5 friends. And even if you don't connect on the Facebook, go and connect and engage with 5 people. Don't just pass out your business cards and say, I did it to 5 people. No, stop, engage, and build a rapport with the people that you're actually trying to connect with. We're not pitching, but you're building a conversation. You're engaging with that person. And do active listening, because you have to let them know that you're actually listening to them, what they're saying. Make a note, make a mental note of what they're saying. Exchange contact information. Listen, after you meet these 5 people, make sure immediately that you're connecting with them on all social media. Do a follow-up with them real quick. Send them a quick message. Hey, it was cool meeting you at this event. Look forward to talking to you next week or the week after. But make sure that you're doing something with them. Even go to their Facebook page and comment on one of their posts, because once they see their comment, they actually know that you were paying attention to them, active listening, and that you're more interested in following up with them. And again, I always have a follow-up plan, because within 24 hours, we're always forgotten about. You can go meet a ton of people, but if you don't follow up with them within 24 hours, life happens and everything gets gone. And again, engage with them on social media, because that's one of the ways right now that we're actually connecting with people. So really quickly, I want to jump into, 5 type of networkers. This is really important when you go into a networking event, either virtual or in person. Always do a 365 panoramic view of the room. Introvert or whatever, do a view, a scope of the room. And let me tell you why that scope is so important, because this is going to say what type of networker you are and where you want to be in that group of the event. Okay. So one, we have our social butterfly. These are the type of people that you're going to know the minute that you walk in the room who these type of people are, because they're attention grabbers. They're the socialites. They're always thriving. They're always trying to get that attention. They're outgoing. They're charismatic. They'll say, oh, hey, come over here. Let me introduce you to such and such. They're always, always, always the hype of the room. They're always the hype of the room. So if you're that type of person, you want to go to that group. If you're not that type of person, but you want to meet some people, still go into that group, because this type of social butterfly or these type of networkers, they will help you navigate the room. Okay, that will help you navigate the room. 2, you have your expert observers. Now, these are the type of networkers that are highly knowledgeable in their field. They possess valuable insight in their expertise. See, this is the type of networkers that have a focus on sharing just their knowledge and information. They're just there to give you advice. Okay, these are just ones who give you advice, but they're actually sought off for their expertise in engaging meaningful conversation. See, like if you want to feel like important, that's what I want to say. If you want to feel like you're important and you know some good stuff and some good juice, go to that group, the experts. Okay, these are the ones that are sit there. They're going to tell you all the information. Really, you know what? It ain't a bad idea to get into the, to stop by these networkers because they can give you so much valuable information. 3, we have the buffet eaters. Okay, now so these are people that just go to the event just for the food. I'm be honest, they just go to the event for the food. A lot of times they will be like, man, they having some good food. I know this event, I'm going here because it's going to be some good food happening here. So they'll go there. But remember, buffet eaters, the conversation always starts at the back of the line. It never starts at the beginning of the line because you know why? All that information trickles to the back of the line. You're going to know everything about that event, who's there, who not to talk to, what the hype gossip is, all that good stuff by the buffet eaters. Now you have the 4th one is your walkers or connectors. These are the type of networkers that focus on just building relationships and connecting with people. They're proactively seeking opportunities by introducing and making referrals. Okay, so these are people that they're just a little bit different from the expert observers. They thrive on creating network and mutual benefit and relationships. So these are kind of these marinated people. Okay, they've been there a little while. They're walking around. It's like, okay, if I pick up a new person, that's cool. If I don't, but yeah, I still want to know I still want to get the who's and the no-nos in the room. Okay. And then 5, you have your goal setters or your strategies. These are people that are on a mission that are going straight for the gusto. They have a mission. They're going to engage. They're going to build rapport. They're like, look, I got about 20 minutes to be in this networking event, and I'm going to make sure that I get my whole time worth while I'm in this event. So I'm going to specifically go to 5 or 6 people in the room, and I'm going to make my connection. I'm going to engage with them. I'm going to build a rapport with them, and I'm going to have to set an appointment with them right before I leave. As soon as I get through talking to them, I'll open up my phone and say, boom, are you available Wednesday or Thursday? So you have to figure out what type of networker you are and where you want to be in the process. So I gave you 5 types. Listen, either you're going to be a social butterfly, you're going to be an expert observer, you're going to be one of those buffet eaters going for all the good food. You're going to be one of those walkers or connectors. Okay. And then the last one, you're either going to be a goal setter or have your strategy already in place. It's so important when you think about what type of networker you are and what type of event you're going to. And if we really think about that, I mean, every event is different. Every event is not the same. So you got to kind of prepare yourself. Now, a lot of these networkers can change. Okay. A little bit of these definitions can change. So you got to be kind of on the lookout of what you're looking for. Again, have your plan. What is my plan? What am I doing here? What's my objective? What am I really looking for once I leave here? And what kind of conversation do I need to be having that's going to take me or help me build my resource bank to help my clients? Remember, you're not networking for yourself. You're networking for the next person. But the whole purpose of networking is to build the resource bank, is to help you to be able to identify some things and some resources that you can help your clients. So when your clients come to you, you want to be that one-stop shop. You want to be that one-stop shop. So think about it. Have your plan prepared. Even write it down on a list. Sometimes I do a checklist to make sure that I checked off all my boxes. Make sure that I've done my research. I've done all those things that I needed to do to make sure that this is the event that I need to be at. I can go here, spend an hour, and can make some amazing contacts. So I want to just jump into this really quickly. How does LinkedIn connect with all this? How does LinkedIn help you to master all this conversation? Let me tell you, LinkedIn has over 810 million users. And it's probably climbing as we speak today. But right now, approximately, they have 810 million users. Did I say it was free? Oh, I forgot. It was free. It's a free resource for you that's a lot of times overlooked. A lot of people don't like to tap into LinkedIn because they feel like those other platforms we talked about are where their target audience is. It may be true. It may be true that your target audience is in those locations, but I always say the saying is you have to have 7 streams of income. You have to have 7 streams of visibility. You have to have 7 ways of connecting, 7 platforms of making that connection, making that conversation to master the conversation. So you're well-rounded no matter where you go. You're well-rounded within your conversation. So we got to think about it. But here's the thing I love about LinkedIn. 1, it's a free platform, but 2, people are looking for you. They're looking for you. You have your decision makers on there that are looking for business. You have, career opportunities, networking opportunities, lead generation opportunities. I mean, face-to-face opportunities. There's so much information that you can do on LinkedIn. And there's other platforms out there as well. But LinkedIn can give you so much access to the person that you're trying to connect with versus a lot of your other platforms. Okay? It does. So let's drive into how do we master the conversation with LinkedIn. 1, we got to have an amazing profile. Because a lot of times when you go onto LinkedIn, the first thing they're looking at is your profile. Okay, they're looking at your picture and your banner. You have to have a professional picture and you have to have a professional banner. Your picture needs to be a high quality professional headshot. So we have to choose our images because just think on any platform, in any way you're trying to communicate, anytime that you have a business and you're trying to communicate your message out into the masses, think about your photos. They got to be high quality. They got to be some good photos. Okay. You cannot just go and just put a photo, a blurry photo, a photo that has different disillusions in the background, because all of that represents you. And a lot of times people say, well, no, when I post on this, it doesn't really matter. No, everything matters, because let me tell you, when you're thinking about trying to get professional contacts and grow your business, they're looking at you on all platforms, not just one, all platforms. They're looking at what you're seeing, what you're putting out there. Even when you go to your Facebook page, they are looking for how do you live? What do you like? What's your interest? Who some of your friends are? All of that makes a difference. So we have to make sure that we are really paying attention to the photos that we put out there. Because just think, when anytime somebody meets you, I'm giving you an example. If you go to a gas station, you pumping gas, you meet somebody for the first time, they're meeting you, okay, in person, in real time. And that's how they need to meet you on any social media platform. They need to meet the person who they may possibly do business with, not someone else, not like the avatars or, a lot of the AI things that they're putting out there. They need to meet you. So make sure that you have a professional picture on there. Let your profile banner say what you do. Because a lot of times right now, LinkedIn, they've changed their format, their structure. So the first part of that page, before they even get down to the rest of it, is going to speak for everything about you. So make sure that it counts. Make sure that you have enough, what did I say before, to keep them engaged, to keep them wanting to know more about you. We got to fill it out. So make sure you have your professional picture and banner. Next thing, let's make our headline really crafty, catchy. Make it a compelling. Make it show a little bit of what your expertise is. Like, who are you? What do you do? You have this beautiful picture. You have this banner that says maybe you're author, coach, or speaker or something, but that headline still needs to speak about who you are, what you do. Make it short. You only have a few words in there. I think it's 100 or 200 characters that you can only put in there, but make sure that you think about what you're putting inside of there that really is going to give you some information. 3, always use your highlights. Always use your highlights. A lot of times we're making posts. Just think, LinkedIn is almost just like Facebook or any other platform, the algorithms, okay? And I hope we all know what the algorithms is. When people post one thing, somebody's posting next, somebody's posting next. Look, if you have 810 million users, there's always going to be something that's going on in that feed. So make sure that you're highlighting, putting your stuff, your videos and stuff in a highlight. So when that person clicks on your link, they don't need to go down a whole bunch of things to find you. They can find it, all the information in your highlights. And make sure that everything that you post on there is a professional. Your summary needs to be really concise, engaging. That's kind of like an overview of what you do. Don't put a lot of stuff in there that doesn't relate to what you're doing. Come on, let's make it catchy, quickie. Don't give them a whole paragraph or story to read. Just give them enough to just want to keep connecting with you, to stay engaged with you. When we talk about our experience on our profile page, you know what? If you are a business owner and you've been doing business, put the name of your business, but put what you do, okay? Like put how you can help that person. Don't put, 6 years of Microsoft or anything like that. Put how can you help that person? How have you been helping people? How have you been getting results? Your program, what results are they bringing in? I mean, put things like that. You can save all the other stuff in your skills, okay? Because there's a part down there that you can mark what your skills are. And here's the thing about it. You want people to, co-sign on your skills. You want people to say, that, oh, she's very good into, networking. She's good into communications, video, whatever that may be. Make sure that, people are co-signing with you on there. Again, recommendations are so important too as well. I mean, if you can get people to do recommendations and you can add them to your LinkedIn profile, again, that's even more better communication, because now the person or the company that is looking at you, they see one that you're all over the place, you're doing some amazing things. Now people are showing that you've worked with, what they feel about who you are and how they work with you. Some of the things that are really, really good about you. Education, please put that in your education. Put all that good information in there. Put your current, again, we have to make sure that we're not putting our last, but our least thing that we did, and make sure that we chronology, put them in order. Okay. Any volunteer experience that you have now, I think as entrepreneurs, we all should have some type of cause that we do. But if you're volunteering on different services, put that in there, because after they went this far on your profile, if they like what they see, guess what? They're going to keep going further down. And all this is going to be saying, oh my gosh, she's an amazing person. I would like to bring her a part of my my team.
Thank you.
Listen,
I know, but I want to say your work is invaluable. That networking piece was phenomenal. Thank you so much for sharing that. People need to know that you are giving away gold right here in that networking piece. Wow. Thank you so much. So that was Dr.
I would like to say more information. Please go to that's TAPINmagazine.org, and I would love to do some more networking ninja with you.
And that genius is coming. We'll see ya. So I want to share about the scholarship. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college and K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students who may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund and use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to say a hearty thank you to the Black Business Expo USA sponsors for all 2023. That includes NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rich Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, StepNet.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Thank you.